Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Iron Mountains shuddered beneath a sky the color of bruised flesh, sending cascades of dust and stone tumbling through the vast halls of Khazad-dûm. King Thorgar Ironbeard stood at the eastern balcony of his ancestral fortress, his weathered hands gripping the ancient stonework as he watched shadow tendrils, too deliberate in their movement to be natural, creep across the valley floor, consuming light wherever they touched. The great forges behind him, which had burned without interruption for 7 centuries, flickered and dimmed as if in fear. "The signs are unmistakable, my king," said Grimmir Stonevoice, the eldest of his council, voice trembling despite his efforts to maintain the stoic demeanor expected of dwarf elders. "The shadow mist advances. The prophecies of the Third Age are coming to pass." Thorgar's beard, braided with intricate silver clasps that recorded his lineage back 30 generations, bristled as he clenched his jaw. 6 days the mountains had trembled. 6 days the shadows had crept closer to the mighty gates of Khazad-dûm. In the deepest mines, the master smiths reported veins of precious mithril turning black and brittle at the mere approach of their hammers. "How long until the shadows reach the gates?" Thorgar demanded, though he already knew the answer, had calculated it with the precision that had made him both a master smith and an unparalleled battle strategist. 2 days. 3 at most," Grimmir answered, eyes downcast. "The western watchtowers have already been abandoned. Those who remained too long, the shadows took them." A heavy silence fell between them, broken only by the distant rhythm of hammers as the dwarves worked feverishly to forge weapons against an enemy that had no flesh to pierce. "There is one option we have not discussed," Grimmir ventured carefully, knowing his words bordered on blasphemy among their kind. "The evacuation tunnels beneath the 7th Hall. No dwarf king has ever abandoned Khazad-dûm while breath remained in his body." Thorgar cut him off, voice hard as the stone beneath their feet. "I will not be the first. Then we stand against a darkness not seen since the Sunderer walked the realm," Grimmir concluded, resignation heavy in his voice. "I shall inform the clan chiefs to prepare for final battle." As the elder departed, Thorgar remained at the balcony, his keen eyes detecting movement on the narrow mountain path below. A lone rider on a steed that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light, moving with impossible speed through territory no outsider should have been able to navigate. "An elf," he growled, recognizing the flowing grace of their ancient enemies even at this distance. And sound The warning died on his lips as the rider threw back a silver hood, revealing a cascade of hair the color of moonlight on fresh snow. Even from this distance, the sight stirred memories of ancient tales, of times before the great betrayal, when elf and dwarf had been allies, not bitter enemies. "Prepare my chamber for a visitor," he commanded the startled guard at his side. "And it seems we have an unexpected guest." Princess Elindra Starlight of the Silverwood Realm stood before the massive throne of Khazad-dûm with the poise of one accustomed to moving through hostile territory. Her alabaster features revealed nothing of the exhaustion such a journey should have inflicted, though the hem of her flowing cloak was singed with marks that matched the advancing shadows outside. "Do you cross into dwarf lands uninvited, elf?" Thorgar stated, deliberately omitting her title. Many would consider that an act of war. A dozen armed dwarf warriors lined the chamber, axes and hammers at the ready. The hostility in the air was palpable. 5 generations of conflict had left wounds still raw and bleeding in the collective memory of both peoples. "War is precisely what I hope to prevent, King Thorgar," Elindra replied, her voice carrying the musical cadence common to her kind, yet underscored with an authority that belied her youthful appearance. "Though I suspect we face an enemy that makes our past conflicts seem like children's squabbles in comparison." "The shadow mist," Thorgar acknowledged grudgingly. "And it has reached your borders too, then? The eastern provinces of Silverwood are already lost. The great ash tree of Elmorin, which stood for 8,000 years, crumbled to black dust 3 nights ago." Something flickered in her silver eyes, a grief quickly mastered. "I come with a proposal of alliance." A bitter laugh escaped Thorgar's lips. "Alliance?" "The last alliance between our peoples ended with dwarf blood staining the white stones of Silandriel. Your own grandfather led the ambush that slaughtered 300 of my kin. And your great-uncle burned the sacred groves of Leolin, trapping 200 elven children inside," Elindra countered, her composed exterior cracking slightly. "We can recite atrocities until the stars burn out, King Ironbeard, but it will not halt the shadows at your doorstep." From within her cloak, she withdrew an object that caused every dwarf in the chamber to step back in involuntary awe. A crystal lantern, no larger than a child's fist, containing a flame that burned blue-white with an intensity that made ordinary fire seem like a poor imitation of light. "Did the last flame of Everbright," she said softly, "the final essence of the eternal flame that once illuminated both our realms in the Age of Harmony. I am its appointed guardian, just as my mother was before me, and hers before her." Thorgar descended from his throne, approaching with slow, measured steps. "The flame of Everbright was extinguished during the Great Betrayal," he said, suspicion warring with wonder in his voice. "Every dwarf child learns this, just as every elf child learns that it was dwarven greed that shattered the Crown of Ages," Elindra replied, a hint of challenge in her tone. "Perhaps neither tale tells the complete truth." The flame inside the crystal pulsed, casting patterns of light across the ancient stone floor, patterns that coalesced into runes no living dwarf had seen before. Yet Thorgar recognized from the most sacred texts hidden in the deepest vaults of Khazd-dûm. "What do you propose, Princess of Silverwood?" he asked, using her title for the first time, his voice dropping to ensure only she could hear his next words. "And why come to me rather than the dwarf council of 7 kingdoms? Because you are the last direct descendant of King Durin the Wise, who forged the Crown of Ages alongside my ancestor, Queen Elenath Starmantle," she answered without hesitation. "The blood that flows in your veins remembers what was lost, just as mine does." She stepped closer, lowering her voice further. "The shadow mist is not a natural phenomenon, King Thorgar. It is Malakar, the Sundara, breaking free from his ancient prison. The seals weaken with each passing day. The only power that can reinforce them is the Crown of Ages, the crown our ancestors shattered and scattered across the realm to prevent it from ever being misused. The crown pieces were hidden in 7 temples, Thorgar recalled from ancient scrolls he had studied in his youth. 3 in elvish lands, 3 in dwarven territories, and 1 in the Forbidden Valley, where neither elf nor dwarf has ventured since the Sundering," Elindra finished. We must recover them all before Malakar regains his full power. If what you say is true, why would I trust you with such power? The crown pieces in dwarven keeping have remained safe for millennia. The flame in the crystal lantern flickered violently, and for a brief moment, the shadows in the corners of the throne room seemed to deepen, reaching toward them with hungry tendrils. Because of that, Elindra nodded toward the disturbed flame. The Last Flame of Everbright responds to Malakar's power. It weakens as he grows stronger. Her silver eyes met his directly. The dwarf-held fragments of the crown have already been taken, King Ironbeard. Your sacred vaults were breached 3 nights ago. Thorgar's blood turned to ice. Impossible. No one could penetrate. Not from without, she interrupted grimly. From within. The shadow mist doesn't just consume light, Thorgar. It corrupts hearts. Your own steward, Khazad Grimsilver, opened the vaults to Malakar's servants. Even now, they transport the fragments to their master. The eastern tunnels of Khazad had not been used in living memory, narrow passages carved by the ancients for purposes long forgotten. Thorgar led the way, his battle-axe soul cleaver gripped tightly in hands that had spent more time at forge and council table than in combat in recent decades. Behind him moved Elindra, the crystal lantern held high, its light pushing back shadows that seemed to resist more strongly with each passing hour. If your suspicions prove true, Thorgar said as they navigated the treacherous path, then Khazad has betrayed not just me, but every oath of his bloodline for 20 generations. The shadow mist offers each heart what it most desires, Elindra replied softly. What did your steward want most, I wonder? Thorgar's step faltered momentarily. Recognition, power. His voice grew heavy with realization. I denied his petition to join the Council of Elders thrice, believing him too hungry for influence. And so Malakar offered him what you would not, Elindra concluded. This is how the Sunderer works, finding the cracks in loyalty and widening them until the foundation crumbles. They emerged into a vast cavern dominated by an underground lake of obsidian stillness. At its center rose a small island upon which stood an ancient altar, its surface carved with runes that matched those the flame had revealed in the throne room. 3 hooded figures stood around the altar, their hands raised over 3 objects that gleamed with an inner fire even at this distance. The crown fragments, Thorgar breathed, recognizing the distinctive craftsmanship even from afar. And my treacherous steward, he added as one figure turned, revealing Khazad's familiar profile in the glow of dark energies swirling above the altar. What foul ritual do they perform? They summon a gateway, Elindra whispered, her free hand moving to the curved elven blade at her hip. And a passage to Malakar's prison realm, where the remaining pieces await. Without warning, the flame of Everbright flared blindingly bright, causing the shadowy figures at the altar to cry out in pain and shield their eyes. In that moment of confusion, Thorgar charged forward, crossing the narrow stone bridge to the island with the speed and surety that only a dwarf raised in the depths of mountain halls could manage. "Betrayer!" he roared as his axe swung in a deadly arc toward Khazad. The steward whirled, eyes now pools of swirling darkness, and raised his hand. A shield of shadow materialized, catching Thorgar's blade with a sound like tearing fabric. "You are too late, my king," he sneered. The honorific twisted into mockery. The gateway opens. Malakar rises. "The age of light ends today." Elindra's voice rose in an ancient elven battle song as she nocked an arrow to her moon-silver bow, the missile streaking toward the ritual circle trailing blue flame from the lantern's light. It struck the central crown fragment, shattering the dark energies converging above it and sending a shockwave across the cavern that knocked all combatants from their feet. When Thorgar regained his senses, he found the other two cultists dead, one impaled on fallen stalactites, the other half consumed by shadow, but Khazad was gone, and with him two of the three crown fragments. He escaped through a shadow gate, Elindra explained, helping the Dwarf King to his feet with surprising strength. Blood trickled from a cut at her temple, momentarily making her seem more mortal, less the untouchable elven royalty he had always envisioned. But we secured one piece. In her palm rested a fragment of gleaming metal, unlike any alloy Thorgar had ever seen. Simultaneously silver, gold, and something altogether different, its surface etched with runes that shifted and changed as he watched. "It recognizes you," Elindra observed. "Odul, the blood of its maker flows in your veins." Thorgar reached out hesitantly, and as his fingers touched the fragment, visions flashed before his eyes, of an ancient king with his beard, standing shoulder to shoulder with an elven queen bearing Elindra's silver eyes, both raising the completed crown toward a sky threatened by the same shadows that now encroached upon their descendants, realms. "We need the other pieces," he said, clarity of purpose washing away centuries of inherited prejudice. "All of them." Elindra nodded, the flame of Everbright pulsing with renewed vigor in her grasp. "The journey will be perilous. Malakar's servants now know we oppose them, and they will hunt us across every realm. Then we shall need allies," Thorgar decided, the tactician in him already calculating necessities. "Not just elf and dwarf, but any who stand against the darkness. A fellowship of the free peoples," Elindra agreed, a ghost of a smile touching her lips, just as in the oldest tales. Together they stood at the edge of the underground lake, an unlikely alliance forged in the shadow of extinction. A dwarf king with the blood of ancient craftsmen and an elven princess bearing the last pure light of a forgotten age. Before them stretched a quest that would challenge every assumption of their peoples, long histories, every prejudice taught since childhood, every strength they possessed individually and might discover together. The shadows gathered and grew around Khazad, but they could not penetrate the glow that surrounded the two figures as they departed through hidden passages, dwarf and elf, side by side for the first time in 1,000 years, carrying between them a fragment of hope and the last flame of Everbright. Story 2. Deep within the ancient forest of Whispervale, where the trees grew so tall they seemed to pierce the very fabric of the sky, silence reigned where once the melodious voices of nature had sung. The mist that perpetually clung to the forest floor now writhed with unnatural purpose, coiling around ancient roots like spectral serpents. At the heart of this primeval woodland stood a clearing where no tree dared grow, a perfect circle of silver grass surrounding a structure that defied mortal understanding. The crystal spire rose like a shard of starlight thrust into the earth, its translucent facets catching non-existent light and fracturing it into colors no mortal eye had names for. For 12,000 years, pilgrims from every corner of the realm had journeyed to this sacred site to consult the oracle within, a living crystal consciousness that could reveal the true path of any being's destiny. Aranthir Fola de Prata approached the spire with measured steps, his silver-embroidered robes whispering against the enchanted grass. The elf's angular features remained composed, though concern flickered in his ancient eyes. As Archmage of the Everlight Tower, he had dedicated 5 centuries to studying the forgotten magics of the world, often at the expense of his standing among his own kind. Many called him obsessive, dangerous even, for his fascination with knowledge that most elves believed should remain buried. Today, he feared they might be right. "Show yourself," he commanded softly, placing his palm against the cool surface of the crystal spire. Beneath his touch, fracture lines like delicate spider webs had begun to spread through the once flawless structure, invisible to ordinary sight, but blindingly obvious to his mage-trained eyes. The air before him shimmered, and a figure coalesced from light and crystal fragments, a being neither male nor female, elf nor human, its form constantly shifting between countless possibilities. Archmage Aranthir. The oracle's voice resonated not in the air, but directly within his mind. "You perceive the corruption." "Yes," Aranthir replied grimly. "It spreads with each passing day. The visions you grant are becoming distorted." The oracle's form rippled, momentarily taking on a darker hue before stabilizing again. Not distorted, archmage, transformed. What once was clarity becomes chaos. What once was guidance becomes misdirection. I cannot prevent it. "Who has done this to you?" Aranthir demanded, his composure cracking. "What magic could possibly corrupt an entity as ancient as yourself?" The oracle's form fractured into 1,000 glittering shards before reforming, a visual representation of its inner struggle. "The corruption comes from within, from my very creation. A seed planted long ago, finally germinating after millennia of dormancy. Soon, all who seek my wisdom will receive only madness in return." A cold dread settled in Aranthir's chest. "The General of Ironhold comes tomorrow to seek your guidance on the border dispute. If your vision shows her war, then war shall come," the oracle confirmed, its voice growing distant. "A war that will consume elf and dwarf alike, and in that consuming, free what should never be freed." The great gates of Ironhold Mountain thundered open, their ancient gears groaning under the weight of the massive dwarf-forged steel. General Morvenna Punho de Ferro marched out at the head of her elite guard, her heavy plate armor gleaming like fresh spilled blood in the morning light. Unlike most of her kind, who favored axes and hammers, Morvenna carried a double-bladed glaive across her broad shoulders, a weapon nearly twice her height that she wielded with terrifying precision. "The oracle awaits, General," said her lieutenant, Goric Stoneshield. "The path has been secured." Morvenna nodded curtly, her rust-colored beard, intricately braided with iron rings to denote her battle victories, shifting with the movement. For 2 centuries she had served as Ironhold's foremost defender, her tactical brilliance matched only by her ferocity in combat. Now, with elven incursions into dwarven mining territories increasing, the Council of Seven had tasked her with determining the final response. If the oracle foresaw victory in war, the full might of the dwarven armies would march by month's end. The journey to Whispervale took 3 days, during which Morvenna's dreams were plagued by visions of fire and crystal, and a voice that seemed to call from beyond the veil of sleep. On the dawn of the 4th day, they reached the edge of the ancient forest. "We camp here," she ordered. "I will approach the oracle alone, as tradition demands." Her guards exchanged nervous glances but did not protest. None would dare question Morvenna Punho de Ferro, not after she had single-handedly slain the Drake of Blackpeak Pass, its skull now adorning the gates of Ironhold as a testament to her might. The forest closed around her like a living entity, branches reaching down as if to touch her armor curiously. Dwarves rarely ventured beneath the open sky, let alone into elven forests, but Morvenna showed no hesitation. The oracle stood above petty racial divisions. It was the one neutral power all peoples of the realm acknowledged. When she reached the clearing, however, she found she was not alone. An elf stood before the crystal spire, his silver-white hair cascading down the back of his ornate robes. his hands weaving complex patterns in the air that left trails of azure light. Morvenna recognized the symbols of high elven magic and the distinctive robes of an archmage. "Step away from the oracle, elf," she commanded, her voice cutting through the unnatural silence of the clearing. Her hand moved to the haft of her glaive. "I come on official business of Ironhold." The elf turned slowly, and Morvenna was struck by the weariness etched into his ageless features. "General Puño de Ferro," he said, surprising her with the correct pronunciation of her name. "I have been expecting you." "I am Aranthir of the Everlight Tower, the renegade mage." Morvenna's eyes narrowed. His reputation had reached even dwarven halls, an elf who delved into forbidden magics, shunned by many of his own kind. "What business have you with the oracle?" "The same as yours, I suspect," Aranthir replied. "To prevent catastrophe, the oracle has been corrupted, General. Its visions now lead only to destruction." Morvenna barked a harsh laugh. "Convenient timing, Archmage. Just as Ironhold seeks guidance on whether to wage war against your trespassing kin, you claim the oracle is suddenly unreliable." "See for yourself," Aranthir stepped aside, gesturing to the spire. "But know that whatever vision it shows you will be designed to bring about war, regardless of what future would truly serve your people best." Suspicion warred with curiosity in Morvenna's mind. She had not risen to command by dismissing warnings, even from unlikely sources. "I will consult the oracle as planned," she declared. "But be warned, elf, if this is some trick." "No trick." Aranthir's voice carried a weight of certainty that gave her pause. "Only tragedy, unless we act." Approaching the spire, Morvenna placed her calloused palm against its surface, as thousands had done before her. "Oracle of Crystal," she intoned the ritual words, "show me the true path for Ironhold in the coming conflict with the Elves of Silverleaf." The crystal beneath her hand grew warm, then hot, pulsing with an inner light that spread in web-like patterns throughout the spire. The air before her shimmered, and she found herself looking into a vision of battle, dwarven armies clashing with elven forces upon a field she recognized as the disputed borderlands. At first, the dwarves appeared to be winning, pushing back the elven lines with their superior strength and weaponry. But then the vision shifted, revealing a second elven force, emerging from hidden positions in the forests, flanking the dwarven army. The scene became one of dwarven defeat, bodies scattered across the battlefield, the proud banners of Ironhold trampled into bloody mud. Rage rose in Morvenna's chest. This could not be true. The oracle was supposed to show the path to victory, not defeat. Unless... The vision changed again, now showing her leading a preemptive strike, not against the borderlands, but against the heart of the elven realm itself. A surprise attack that would crush elven resistance before it could fully form. Victory through overwhelming force and the element of surprise. "This is your true path," the oracle's voice whispered in her mind. "Strike first, strike hard, and Ironhold will stand supreme for 1,000 years." Morvenna pulled her hand away from the crystal as if burned, turning to find Aranthir watching her with knowing eyes. "You saw it, didn't you?" he asked quietly. "The vision of ultimate victory. If only you strike first with overwhelming force. How did you—" "Because it showed me the same," Aranthir interrupted, "when I asked how to protect my people from dwarven aggression. It shows each visitor exactly what will inflame their worst impulses and drive them to destructive action." Morvenna's tactical mind raced, analyzing the implications. "If it's showing both sides that a first strike is necessary, then both sides attack simultaneously, and the resulting war destroys both kingdoms." Aranthir finished grimly, "Exactly as it intends." Who would create such a thing? The oracle has guided all peoples for thousands of years. Arantha's expression darkened. That is the true mystery. I've found references in ancient texts to the oracle's creation, a joint effort of elven sorcery and dwarven craftsmanship in the days when our peoples were allies, not enemies. But something else was sealed within it, something that has awakened and now corrupts its purpose. Morvenna studied the elf carefully, her instincts for danger finely honed by centuries of warfare. What do you propose, Archmage? I cannot return to Ironhold without guidance, and I will not lead my people based on corrupted visions. There is a way to cleanse the oracle, Arantha said, lowering his voice as if the forest itself might be listening. 3 crystallized tears of the star dragons, the Lagrimas Estelares, were used in the oracle's creation. They must be gathered again to purify its essence. Star dragons are myth, Morvenna scoffed, though uncertainty tinged her voice. As was the corruption of the oracle, until today, Arantha countered. The tears exist, one hidden in the deepest vault of your own Ironhold mountain, one in the highest tower of my people's capital, and one in the ruins of Convergence, the ancient city where elf and dwarf once ruled together. Morvenna's eyes widened at this last revelation. A shared city was heresy according to dwarven history. And I suppose you suggest we work together to retrieve these artifacts? Our peoples will not give them up willingly, Arantha said. Already they move toward war, influenced by previous corrupted visions. We would be considered traitors for even suggesting cooperation. You ask me to betray my people, elf. I ask you to save them, General. Arantha's eyes met hers without flinching. As I seek to save mine. 3 weeks later, Morvenna stood at the edge of a precipice, staring down into a chasm that seemed to have no bottom. Behind her, the ruins of Convergence spread across the plateau, crumbling spires and fallen archways that blended elven grace with dwarven solidity in a style neither of their peoples had preserved. At her side stood Arantha, his once immaculate robes now tattered and stained from their journey. The last tier lies at the bottom, Arantha said, consulting an ancient map covered in symbols from a language Morvenna did not recognize. In the Chamber of Harmony, Morvenna snorted, adjusting the makeshift bandage on her left arm, a souvenir from their escape from Ironhold after stealing the first tear from her own people's sacred vault. Of course it does. Why would any of this be easy? Despite her gruff tone, something had changed between them during their desperate quest. The theft of the second tier from the elven capital had required them to work in perfect tandem. Her strength and combat prowess complementing his arcane knowledge and subtlety, now both were branded traitors, with bounty hunters from both kingdoms pursuing them relentlessly, yet they had come too far to turn back. There is something I have not told you, Arantha said quietly as they prepared their climbing gear, about what is truly imprisoned within the oracle. Morvenna paused, fixing him with a steady gaze. I'm listening. The ancient texts call it discord, an entity of pure chaos that feeds on conflict. It was captured during the last great war between our peoples, a war that nearly destroyed both. The oracle was created not just to provide guidance, but as a prison. And now it's breaking free, Morvenna concluded, pieces falling into place in her tactical mind, using our own hatred to shatter its bonds. Arantha nodded solemnly. The star dragon tears are the only substance pure enough to reinforce those bonds, but there is a cost to using them. There always is, Morvenna sighed. At what price must we pay, wizard? One of us must remain with the oracle as its keeper. forever bound to its power, ensuring the corruption never spreads again. Silence fell between them, broken only by the distant cry of a hunting griffin circling the ruins. Well then, Morvenna finally said, checking the edge of her glaive with practiced fingers. We'd best retrieve that final tear before deciding which of us draws the short straw, hadn't we? Aranthia's lips curved in a rare smile. Indeed, General, after you. Together they descended into darkness, an elf and a dwarf united against a threat neither fully understood, yet both were willing to sacrifice everything to contain. Behind them, dawn broke over the ruins of Convergence, illuminating for a brief moment the ancient symbol carved above its gates. Two hands clasped in friendship, one elegant and slender, the other broad and strong, a symbol that would, perhaps, have meaning once again. Story 3. The green flames erupted from the sundered veil, like the fingers of a buried titan, reaching toward the twilight sky. They cast an eerie emerald glow across the ancient border stones that had stood for 1,000 years, marking the boundary between the elven forests of Silverwood and the contested lands beyond. Captain Lysandra watched from the cliffside outpost, her pale fingers tightening around the hilt of her moon-silver blade as the fifth column of fire burst from the earth, taller than the others, its spectral light illuminating the tears in reality that had given the veil its name centuries ago. "It has begun," she whispered, the words carried away by the sudden wind that smelled of sulfur and ancient secrets. Her silver eyes, ringed with flecks of lavender, reflected the unnatural flames as they momentarily revealed what others could not see, glimpses of what had been and what might yet come to pass. The gift of timesight had been both blessing and curse throughout her 3 centuries of life, showing her fragments of futures that haunted her dreams and pasts that contradicted every history recorded in the crystal archives of Silverwood. Behind her, the elite warriors of her Twilight Guard shifted nervously, the enchanted leaves woven into their armor rustling like whispered warnings. "Captain, we should alert the High Council," said Ilarion, her lieutenant of 2 centuries. "These signs match the prophecy of unmaking. The council would debate for a season while the world unravels," Lysandra replied, her voice betraying none of the dread coiling in her stomach. "We must see what stirs in the veil, now." They descended into the sundered veil under cover of deepening night, moving through shadows with the silence that was the birthright of all elven kind. The mist that perpetually shrouded the valley floor parted before them, revealing cracked earth and twisted vegetation. Ancient battles had scarred this land, rendering it barren except for the night blossoms that flowered only in places where reality had been wounded. The first sign that they were not alone came when Lysandra spotted runic circles etched into the stone, glowing with a blue luminescence that countered the sickly green of the fire columns. The second sign was the dwarf himself, broad-shouldered and imposing despite his stature, his dark beard intricately braided with talismans of iron and silver, his hands moving in patterns that no dwarf should know. "Hold!" Lysandra commanded, halting her guard with a gesture. She studied the dwarf, recognizing the patterns he traced in the air. Not runic magic as the dwarves practiced it, but something older, something forbidden. "Jen, what business does a dwarf warlock have in these lands?" she called out, stepping into the circle of light cast by his runes. The dwarf's head snapped up, his eyes widening momentarily before narrowing with recognition. Not of her specifically, but of what she represented. "Elves," he growled, reaching for the warhammer at his side. "Always arriving precisely when you're least wanted. These lands are under the protection of Silverwood," Lysandra stated, her guard fanning out behind her. Arrows knocked. Your ritual stops now, Forge Master. A bitter laugh escaped the dwarf's lips. This ritual is the only thing standing between your precious woodland realm and obliteration, Captain. He emphasized her rank with surprising accuracy. But by all means, stop me. The Devourers would thank you for it, if they were capable of gratitude before they consumed your souls. The name sent a chill through Lysandra's blood, a word found only in the most forbidden texts of the Crystal Archives. Texts she had accessed only through her rank and against the explicit commands of the Archdruid, the Devourers, entities older than elves, older than dwarves, perhaps older than the world itself. "But you speak of myths," she said, though uncertainty crept into her voice. "Do I?" The dwarf gestured to the nearest column of green fire. "Then explain that, elf. Explain why the seals of the abyss are failing after 12,000 years of containment." Before she could answer, the earth beneath them shuddered violently. The runes the dwarf had been maintaining flickered, and in that moment of weakness, the nearest fire column expanded explosively, engulfing one of her guards. Lysandra heard the elf scream, not of pain, but of existential horror, before he simply vanished, leaving not even ash behind. "Detain him," she ordered, and her remaining guards moved with lightning speed, surrounding the dwarf with arrows aimed at his heart. "You fools!" the dwarf snarled as they bound his hands with silver root cord. "You've doomed us all!" The elven prison in which they confined Grimmir Forjasombria, for that was the dwarf's name, infamous among his kind, was a living thing, a chamber formed within the heart of an ancient oak, its walls pulsing gently with the tree's slow heartbeat. 3 days he had been held there, refusing all sustenance except water, his dark eyes burning with an inner fire that matched the columns now visible even from the highest spires of Silverwood. Lysandra entered alone, dismissing the guards with a gesture. Something about this dwarf called to her time sight, making the boundaries between present and future blur whenever she looked upon him. "You continue your rituals, even in captivity," she observed, noting the faint blue glow that occasionally emanated from beneath his fingernails. "The seals must be maintained," Grimmir replied, his voice a low rumble. "With or without tools, with or without freedom, the alternative is unthinkable." "Tell me of these seals," she commanded, seating herself cross-legged before him. "All our texts speak only in riddles." Grimmir studied her for a long moment, as if weighing her worthiness to receive such knowledge. "The seals of the abyss were forged in the days of unity," he finally said. "When the world was young and the Devourers came from beyond the stars, hungry for the magic that suffused all living things." "The days of unity are myth," Lysandra interrupted. "Tales told to elflings about a golden age that never was. Is that what your council teaches now?" Grimmir laughed bitterly. "How convenient for them to erase the truth of our shared heritage." Before she could demand clarification, a messenger burst into the chamber, face ashen. "Captain, Moonhaven has fallen." Lysandra's blood turned to ice. Moonhaven, the easternmost city of the Elven realm, home to 10,000 souls. "What do you mean, fallen?" "Vanished, Captain. The entire city. Nothing remains but a darkness that devours light itself. The few survivors speak of things rising from beneath the earth." Lysandra's gaze snapped back to Grimmir, who met her eyes with grim vindication. "The first seal has broken," he said quietly. "The Devourers stir in their prison. Soon they will be fully awake, and then all the magic of this world will be theirs to feast upon, until nothing remains but empty husks where once there was life." The council chamber of Silverwood erupted in outrage when Lysandra entered with Grimmir at her side, his bonds removed but flanked by her most trusted guards. "You bring a dwarf warlock into our sacred halls." Archdruid Sylvanius's voice cut through the din, his ancient face contorted with fury. "After what his kind did to Moonhaven, he did not cause this catastrophe," Lysandra replied, her calm voice belying the storm within. "He was trying to prevent it." For 2 hours, Grimmir spoke of the seals and the ancient pact that had created them, a pact formed when elves and dwarves were not separate races but one people, sundered only after the imprisonment of the Devourers had required a terrible sacrifice. "Lies," hissed Sylvanius. "A dwarvish deception. Is it?" Lysandra stepped forward, drawing a scroll from within her cloak, a scroll she had removed from the forbidden section of the archives. "This text speaks of the great sundering, of how our ancestors divided themselves willingly, taking different aspects of the primal magic to better guard against the Devourers' return." "Heresy," the Archdruid whispered, but doubt had crept into the eyes of the younger council members. "Moonhaven is gone," Lysandra pressed. "How many more cities will vanish before you acknowledge the truth? The seals are failing. Only by combining the magic of both peoples, dwarf and elf, can they be restored." "Even if what you say is true," said Lady Elenial, her voice soft but cutting, "the dwarves would never agree to such an alliance. Their hatred of us runs too deep. My king has already agreed," Grimmir said, his voice echoing in the suddenly silent chamber. "That is why I was in the Sundered Vale, to prepare the ritual site for a joining of powers not seen since the days of unity." The revelation hit the council like a physical blow. The dwarves, practical, grudge-bearing, tradition-bound dwarves, had accepted the truth before the supposedly wise and far-seeing elves. "How long do we have?" Lysandra asked, turning to Grimmir. "Until the new moon," he replied grimly. 6 days. Then the second seal will fail, and after that, the remaining 5 will follow in rapid succession." The next 6 days passed in a blur of preparation and resistance. Not all elves accepted the council's reluctant decision to ally with the dwarves. A faction calling themselves the Pure Ones attempted to assassinate Grimmir twice, only to be thwarted by Lysandra's vigilance. Similar reports came from the dwarf kingdom of Khazad-dur, where King Thordak Ironhammer faced rebellion from clans unwilling to work alongside their ancient enemies. Yet when the day of the new moon arrived, a force of 100 elven mages and 100 dwarf runesmiths gathered in the Sundered Vale. Around the circle, Grimmir had begun carving weeks earlier. Lysandra stood at the eastern point of the ritual circle, tucked opposite Grimmir at the west. Between them, alternating elf and dwarf, stood the most powerful magic wielders of both realms, their hands linked in a chain of power not seen for 12 millennia. The original seal required blood sacrifice, Grimmir had explained during their preparations. The splitting of one people into 2. This restoration requires the symbolic healing of that ancient wound, the acknowledgement that we were once one and in spirit can be again. As twilight deepened into true night, the green fire columns grew to terrifying heights, and through the tears in reality, Lysandra caught glimpses of vast, shadowy forms stirring in an abyss beyond comprehension. Her time sight flared painfully, showing her 2 divergent futures with perfect clarity, one of utter darkness and emptiness, the other, faint but possible, of renewed harmony between the sundered peoples. "Begin," she commanded, and raised her voice in the first song, a melody so ancient that few elves remembered its significance. To her wonder, Grimmir's deep voice joined in perfect counterpoint, the dwarvish harmonies interweaving with elven melody as they had been designed to do, completing a musical pattern broken for 12,000 years. Around the circle, elves and dwarves joined the song, awkwardly at first, then with growing confidence as something ancient awakened in their shared blood memory. Magic flowed through their linked hands, not the separate magics of elf and dwarf, but something older, purer, more fundamental. The earth beneath them trembled, not with the sickening shudders that had preceded disaster, but with a deep, rhythmic pulse, like a heartbeat returning to its proper cadence. The green fire columns flickered, contracted, and with a sound like the world itself sighing in relief, were drawn back into the earth. In their place, 7 pillars of light rose: gold, silver, sapphire, emerald, ruby, amethyst, and diamond, each representing one of the restored seals. Within each pillar, Lysandra could see runes and glyphs combining elven grace with dwarvish solidity, forming patterns of containment that would, with proper maintenance from both peoples, endure for another age of the world. As the ritual concluded and the exhausted mages and runesmiths broke their circle, Lysandra found herself face to face with Grimmir. The dwarf's expression was unreadable, but something had changed in his eyes, a lightening of a burden carried too long alone. "It is not finished," he said quietly. "The seals are restored, but the knowledge must not be lost again." "The guardianship must continue," Lysandra nodded, knowing what he proposed without him having to elaborate. A new order, comprised of both peoples, dedicated to maintaining the seals and preserving the truth of their shared heritage. "The Guardians of the Abyss," she said, tasting the name and finding it fitting. Neither fully elf nor fully dwarf, but something new. Or perhaps something very old. Reborn. Grimmir extended his hand, a gesture that would have been unthinkable a week earlier. "Until the stars fade, Captain." Lysandra clasped his offered hand, feeling the calluses earned through centuries of forbidden magical practice, so different from her own sword-hardened palm, yet somehow complementary. "Until the mountains crumble, Forge Master." Above them, the 7 pillars of light pulsed in rhythm with their words, as if the world itself witnessed and approved of their pact. The seals would hold, not through separation, but through unity, the first step toward healing a wound 12,000 years in the making. Story 4. The oldest tree in Verdantis forest had stood for 10,000 years, its vast canopy spreading like a cathedral ceiling above the sacred grove. Within its ancient bark were etched the runes of creation, glyphs of power that had maintained the flow of magic throughout the elven realm since the first dawn. Thalion Melodia Gentea knelt before it, his silver-stringed lyre forgotten at his side, eyes wide with horror as a thin, jagged crack split the central rune. The sound it made wasn't physical, it was a discordant note in the eternal symphony only he could hear, a jarring wrongness that made his soul recoil. "Impossible," he whispered, reaching out with trembling fingers. The moment he touched the fracture, a vision flashed before his eyes, a great library crumbling to dust, a song torn in half, and darkness seeping through the world like spilled ink. As court bard to the Twilight Court, Thalion possessed a gift rare even among the long-lived elves, the ability to hear the music of stars and stones, the melody that bound creation together. Now that harmony was unraveling, note by note, measure by measure. The crack widened beneath his touch, and panic seized him. He snatched up his lyre and began to play instinctively, his fingers coaxing a counter-melody from the silver strings. For a moment, the fracture hesitated in its spread, the edges glowing faintly with aquamarine light, as his music temporarily reinforced the weakening magic. "What have you done?" The accusation came from behind him, accompanied by the metallic whisper of drawn swords. Thalion turned to find Captain Ithrandil of the Silverleaf Guard and 4 of his warriors emerging from the trees, their faces hard with suspicion. "The runes are failing," Thalion said, rising to his feet. "I was trying to—" "Silence, traitor," Ithrandil snapped. The Archmage felt the disruption. "We all did. And here you are, the only one present at this sacrilege." "I discovered it," Thalion protested. "I didn't cause it," but the doubt in their eyes was clear. In a society as ancient and rigid as the Elves of Verdantis, change was feared above all things, and blame quickly assigned to those who witnessed calamity first. That night, locked in a crystalline cell beneath the roots of the Twilight Palace, Thalion heard the runes breaking further. Each crack resonated through his consciousness like a scream, driving him to press his hands against his ears, though he knew it would do no good. The discordant notes were growing louder, drowning out the harmonious background melody that had been his constant companion since birth. "They're dying," he whispered to the empty cell. "All of them." His trial would come at dawn, but Thalion knew with growing certainty that by then it would be too late. The breaking had begun, and it would not stop until all magic failed. The elven councillors might debate for weeks while their very reality crumbled around them. When midnight came, bringing with it the sound of another rune shattering in the distance, Thalion made his decision. The cell's bars were enchanted, but as the magic weakened, so too did their power. He played a reversal of their binding song on his lyre, feeling the resistance in the notes, pushing through until the crystalline bars resonated at precisely the right frequency and shattered. Knowing his only hope lay beyond the borders of his homeland, Thalion fled into the night, following the broken melody that pulled him inexorably westward, toward lands no elf had entered in living memory. The grand archives of Khazad-dûm were carved directly into the heart of Iron Mountain, their vaulted ceilings supported by columns inscribed with the entire history of the Dwarven people. Countless tomes lined the walls, the accumulated knowledge of 7,000 years preserved in meticulous detail. And yet, Branka Martello Sabio found herself once again staring at the forbidden alcove, a small section cordoned off with chains of dwarf steel, containing the only texts in the archives written in Elvish. "Back again, historian." The gruff voice of archivist Thorgar echoed through the cavernous space. "And those texts won't become less forbidden, no matter how long you stare." Branka straightened her short, stocky frame, adjusting the spectacles perched on her broad nose. At barely 90 years old, she was young for a dwarven scholar, but her knowledge of ancient languages and lost civilizations had already earned her both respect and suspicion. "The glyph sequences on our oldest runestones match patterns in Elvish writing," she said, not for the first time. "If we could just translate—" "Forbidden is forbidden," Thorgar interrupted, his white beard quivering with disapproval. "Those texts were sealed by the Council of Seven after the Great Sundering. No good comes from Elvish things." Branka bit back her frustration. The dwarves of Khazad-dûm remembered grudges like others remembered birthdays, with meticulous attention to detail and frequent celebration of their continued existence. Later that night, as Branka burned the midnight oil in her private study, a cluttered cave room lined with scrolls, strange artifacts, and precisely organized notes, she felt a strange vibration through the stone floor. Living their entire lives within mountain halls had given dwarves an innate sensitivity to the moods of stone, and this tremor felt wrong. Moving to her work table, she unrolled an ancient map, inked on cured dragonhide. Tiny glyphs marked sacred sites throughout the known world, both dwarven and foreign, As she watched, one of the glyphs representing a site deep in Elvish territory began to fade. "It's happening," she whispered, her eyes wide behind her spectacles. The dream that had haunted her for months was coming true. The unraveling had begun. A sharp knock at her door startled her from her thoughts. No one visited at this hour. She quickly rolled the forbidden map and tucked it into her sleeve before opening the door. The dwarf standing there was unfamiliar, a warrior by his bearing, with an intricate braid pattern in his beard, marking him as a member of the king's guard. "Historian Branka Martello Sabio," he said formally. "You are summoned to the eastern gate immediately." "The surface gate?" she asked, confused. "At this hour? An intruder has been captured," the guard explained, his expression impossible to read beneath his thick beard. "And the one who asked for you by name?" The eastern gate of Khazad-heim opened onto a narrow valley between two mountains, one of the few places where dwarves regularly ventured above ground. Branka emerged into the pre-dawn gloom, squinting against even this dim light after the comfortable darkness of the mountain halls. A circle of dwarf warriors stood with axes and hammers at the ready, surrounding a kneeling figure whose slender height marked him clearly as no dwarf. When the prisoner raised his head, revealing delicate features and pointed ears, a ripple of tension passed through the assembly. "An elf!" someone spat. "In our territory!" Branka pushed forward, ignoring the disapproving mutters. The elf's eyes found hers immediately, and a look of desperate hope crossed his face. "You are Branka Martello Sabio?" he asked in halting dwarvish. "The one who studies the old connections." She nodded cautiously. "Who asks?" "I am Thalion Argentia, court bard of the Twilight Palace." He struggled to his feet despite his bonds. "And I believe we are witnessing the end of magic as we know it." Dawn found them in a chamber few dwarves even knew existed, a hidden shrine deep beneath the archives, accessed through a passage concealed behind a seemingly solid stone wall. Ancient carvings covered the walls, similar to dwarven glyphs but subtly different. "These are proto-runes," Branka explained, holding a crystal lamp high, older than both Elvish and Dwarvish writing systems. "I believe they represent a shared magical language from before the Sundering." Thalion moved slowly around the circular chamber, his sensitive fingers tracing the carvings. "They sing," he whispered. "Faintly, but they sing. The same melody I've heard in our runes, but incomplete." "Half a song," Branka said quietly. "Just as these are half the runes." She hesitated, then reached into her pouch and withdrew a small stone tablet. But this was passed down through my mother's line. I've never shown anyone." Thalion took it carefully. Inscribed on its surface was a perfect miniature copy of the creation rune he had seen fracturing in Verdantis. His breath caught. "How do you have this?" Branka's eyes dropped. "Because my grandmother was Elvish," she admitted. "A secret my family has kept for 3 generations. The revelation hung in the air between them, as shocking as if she had claimed descent from dragons. In a society as rigidly traditional as the dwarves, mixed blood was either myth or abomination." "Then you are the bridge," Thalion said, understanding dawning in his eyes. "The prophecy speaks of one with the blood of both peoples." "What prophecy?" In answer, Thalion lifted his silver lyre and began to play. The notes echoed in the chamber, awakening answering tones from the carved walls. As the melody grew, the runes began to glow with soft blue light, illuminating text that had been invisible before. Branka translated aloud, her voice growing more astonished with each line. "When the first song fragments and the world's magic fades, seek the one of divided blood who shall find the original songbook in the ruins of harmony." "The runes in Verdantis are breaking," Thalion explained. "The magic is unraveling." I can hear it, like a symphony where more instruments fall silent with each passing hour. And the glyphs here have been fading too, Branka realized. Our ancestors weren't enemies, they were halves of a whole. When they separated, they took half the song each, Thalion finished. But neither half can sustain itself forever without the other. Their eyes met across the ancient chamber, elf and dwarf, yet somehow both and neither, united by a truth buried for millennia. The Songbook, Branka said firmly. We need to find it. The ruins of harmony, Thalion nodded. A city I thought was merely legend. Branka moved to the center of the chamber and pressed her palm against a circular stone. It rotated under her touch, revealing a hidden compartment containing a map far older than any in the archives. Not legend, she said, her eyes gleaming with the light of discovery. Just forgotten, deliberately forgotten. We'll be hunted by both our peoples, Thalion warned, branded as traitors and heretics. Branka gave a very dwarf-like snort. I've been half outcast my entire life for asking the wrong questions. Might as well be outcast for finding the right answers. As they gathered what they would need for their journey, the first rays of sunrise pierced the mountain, illuminating the ancient chamber in gold. Neither of them could know what dangers awaited in the forgotten ruins, what guardians might still protect the original Songbook, or whether they could restore what had been broken so long ago. But as Thalion's music merged with Branka's knowledge of the ancient glyphs, something new yet ancient stirred between them, the first notes of a harmony that had not been heard in the world for thousands of years. The song of the broken runes had begun again. Story 5. Deep beneath the granite peaks of the Ironspine Mountains, where rivers of molten gold flowed through ancient stone veins, and the steady rhythm of hammers had not ceased for 10,000 years, the great dwarf king Thrain Ironheart lay cold upon his ceremonial bier. The forges of Khazad Tor fell silent for the first time in living memory, their fires banked to glowing embers that cast long, mournful shadows across the vast underground city. Prince Dernic Ironheart stood motionless before his father's body, his broad shoulders bowed not merely by grief, but by the weight of the crown that would soon rest upon his head. The crown of 1,000 souls, an ancient artifact of unparalleled craftsmanship, its 7 great rubies said to contain the wisdom and spirits of every ruler since the first king. In the flickering torchlight, the crown seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. "The time has come, my prince," rumbled Lord Barrock Stonehammer, his aged voice echoing through the cavernous burial chamber. "The kingdom cannot endure without a king." Dernic's fingers traced the intricate runes etched into his war axe, his father's final gift. "How was he slain?" he asked, the question he had repeated endlessly since returning from the eastern mines to find his father murdered, 3 of the crown's rubies missing. "The evidence is irrefutable," Barrock replied, his white beard bristling. "Elven magic left its taint upon the wound. The guards tracked the assassin's trail to the borders of Thalasdor. The Nightborn elves have finally made their move against us." Across the whispering plains, beyond the ancient border stones carved with warnings in languages long forgotten, Queen Seraphil Nightcloak stood upon the highest balcony of her crystalline palace. The eternal twilight of Thalasdor, the shadow realm, cast her alabaster features in a perpetual blue glow, her silver eyes reflecting stars that had died millennia ago. 3 blood-red gems rested in her palm, their surfaces swirling with what appeared to be faces contorted in silent screams. "Your Majesty," came the soft voice of Lysandra Dawnwhisper, her most trusted advisor. "The dwarf armies gather at our borders. They claim you assassinated their king." Seraphil's fingers closed around the gems. For over 9 centuries, she had guarded her people, watched empires rise and fall, and carried secrets that would shatter the very foundations of both realms. Now time had finally run out. "Prepare the Shadow Guard," she commanded, "but not for war, for evacuation." Lysandra's ancient face registered shock. My queen, surely we can..." "The crown of 1,000 souls has been corrupted," she interrupted, her voice carrying the weight of eternity. "I was too late to prevent Thrain's death, but these stones must be kept from his son. The corruption will spread to him next." The coronation drums of Khazad-Tor echoed through the mountain like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Thousands of dwarves from every clan gathered in the great forge hall, where massive pillars carved to resemble ancient heroes supported a ceiling inlaid with veins of precious metals that reflected the ceremonial fires below. Dernick approached the throne of ages, each step heavier than the last. The voices had begun the moment Lord Baroque had placed the incomplete crown upon the ceremonial cushion. Whispers at first, barely distinguishable from the crackling of the forge fires. But with each passing hour, they grew more insistent, more unified in their demand: vengeance, reclaim what was stolen, destroy the elves who have betrayed us again. The High Priest of Moradin raised the crown, its remaining 4 rubies catching the firelight like drops of fresh blood. "By the hammer that shaped the mountains and the anvil that forged our souls, I crown thee." A thunderous explosion shook the very foundations of the hall. The massive bronze doors shuddered and burst inward. Through the dust and debris strode a figure that seemed woven from the shadows themselves, tall and willowy, clad in armor that appeared to be made of solidified midnight, a cloak of stars flowing behind her. Queen Seraphil stood before the assembled dwarf nation, her silver eyes finding Dernick's across the expanse between them. "Halt this coronation," her voice rang clear as crystal, yet dark as the deepest mine. "That crown will destroy not only your king, but all your people." 1,000 dwarf warriors drew their weapons as one, the sound of steel filling the hall like a storm. Dernick raised his hand, staying their advance as he stepped down from the dais. "You have remarkable courage, Elf Queen," he said, his voice deceptively calm despite the rage boiling within him. "To walk into the heart of my kingdom after murdering my father and stealing pieces of our most sacred relic." "I did not murder your father, young king," Seraphil replied. "I tried to save him." "She lies." The voices in Dernick's mind crescendoed to a scream. "Cut her down, avenge us." Seraphil saw the momentary flicker in the dwarf prince's eyes, the battle raging within. Without warning, she drew forth the 3 missing rubies, holding them aloft for all to see. Within their depths, faces contorted in silent agony, expressions far from the noble serenity expected of past kings. "Look upon the truth," she commanded. "Ace, these souls are not being preserved. They are being consumed." The dungeons beneath Khazad-Tor were ancient beyond reckoning, carved not by dwarf hands, but by something far older. It was here that Dernick ordered the Elven Queen imprisoned while the Council of Elders debated her fate. It was here that he found himself returning in the darkest hours, drawn by questions that the voices in his mind could not or would not answer. "Why would you risk coming here?" he asked, through the enchanted bars of her cell. "You must have known we would imprison or kill you." Seraphil sat motionless on the stone bench, her immortal face showing no discomfort despite days in captivity. "Because after 5,000 years, I have grown weary of watching this cycle repeat itself." "What cycle?" "Come closer, son of stone," she said. "And I will show you what your ancestors have hidden from you." Against every instinct, Dernick approached. Seraphil's hand moved with impossible speed, pressing one of the stolen rubies against his forehead. Before he could react, the world dissolved around him. He stood in an ancient forge unlike any in Khazad-Tor. Elves and dwarves worked side by side, their skills combined in a way that seemed impossible. At the center of their efforts was a crown, the crown of 1,000 souls, but it was whole, its 7 rubies clear as morning dew. A terrible shadow fell across the scene. A being of smoke and flame and endless hunger tore through reality itself. The united forces of elves and dwarves fought desperately. In the chaos, Dernick watched as an elven king and dwarf queen combined their powers to imprison the entity, shattering its essence into 7 fragments, each sealed within a ruby of the crown. "So long as elves and dwarves remain united," spoke the ancient kings in unison, "the devourer shall remain imprisoned." But treachery followed, whispers, suspicions. The first dwarf king to wear the crown after the battle began to hear voices, urging distrust of their elven allies. Within a generation, blood soaked the ground between the 2 races, their ancient alliance forgotten. Dernick staggered back, gasping, as the vision released him. The voice of his ancestors now screamed in his mind, demanding he ignore what he had seen, demanding blood. "The entity feeds on conflict," Seraphel explained, her voice cutting through the cacophony in his mind. "For 5 millennia, it has corrupted the souls of your ancestors, using them to whisper hatred into the ears of each new king. I have watched 14 dwarf kings fall to its influence. I was there when the crown was forged. I am the last who remembers the truth. If what you say is true," Dernick managed, through gritted teeth, fighting the compulsion to strike her down, "then why steal only 3 stones? Why not take them all? Because the crown can only be destroyed by the willing sacrifice of both bloodlines," she said simply, "a dwarf king and an elven ruler working together as they once did. I needed you to see the truth for yourself, to fight against the voices long enough to make that choice." Dawn broke over the Ironspine Mountains as Dernick and Seraphel stood upon the ancient bridge of ancestors, the only neutral ground recognized by both kingdoms. Below them churned the abyss of endings, a chasm so deep that nothing cast into it had ever been known to reach bottom. In Dernick's hands rested the reassembled crown of 1,000 souls, all 7 rubies now pulsing with a malevolent light. The voices had become a constant scream, and sweat beaded on his brow from the effort of resisting their commands. Behind them, the armies of both kingdoms had gathered, dwarves to the north, elves to the south, each prepared for war, each convinced of the other's treachery. "Are you certain?" Seraphel asked, her immortal eyes showing a weariness that transcended time itself. "Once done, much of your history and power will be lost forever." Dernick looked back at his people, then to the crown in his hands. "A throne built on lies is no throne at all," he said. "My father would understand that if his true spirit remained uncorrupted." Together, they held the crown over the endless abyss. The screams of the trapped entity became audible to all present as it sensed its imminent destruction. Wind howled up from the depths, trying to tear the artifact from their grasp. "By the blood of the mountain," Dernick intoned, "and the light of the stars," Seraphel completed. As one, they released the crown of 1,000 souls. It tumbled into darkness, the rubies flaring with furious light before being swallowed by the shadows. A shockwave of power erupted from the chasm, knocking many of the assembled warriors to their knees. In that moment of shared vulnerability, Dernick Ironheart did what no dwarf king had done in 5,000 years. He extended his hand to the elven queen. "Perhaps," he said, "it is time for a new history to be written." Seraphel's ancient eyes, which had witnessed countless betrayals and wars, showed something long absent: hope. She clasped the dwarf's hand in her own. Not new, she corrected gently, merely remembered. And from the depths of the abyss, for the first time in millennia, came not darkness, but light, the first tentative rays of understanding between two peoples who had forgotten they were once one. Story 6. The forgotten halls of Thalion breathed ancient dust as Alaric's torch illuminated what no living eyes had seen in a millennium. Crumbling archways adorned with intertwined elven and dwarven craftsmanship towered above him, silent witnesses to an age when the two races had shared knowledge freely. The human scholar's fingers trembled not from the cold that permeated these depths, but from anticipation. Rumors had led him here, whispers of a repository of knowledge so vast it could elevate mankind beyond its station in the world. "And it must be here," he muttered, his voice echoing through chambers where once the greatest minds of two civilizations had debated the nature of reality itself. The great library of Thalion had been sealed during what historians called the Great Schism, when elves and dwarves had turned their backs on centuries of alliance. Whatever caused their sundering remained lost to time, but Alaric suspected the truth lay within these walls. His torch flickered as though stirred by an unseen breath, drawing his attention to an alcove hidden behind a partially collapsed column. There, resting upon a pedestal of opalescent stone that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light, lay a tome bound in material Alaric could not identify, neither leather nor metal, yet possessing qualities of both. Golden script adorned its cover, written in a language more ancient than any Alaric had studied, yet as his eyes traced the symbols, understanding bloomed in his mind as though the knowledge had always been there. The Grimoire of Aetherius, the legendary book that scholars throughout the ages had dismissed as myth, a mere metaphor for the collective wisdom of the ancient world. Yet here it lay, tangible and real, calling to him with a siren song only he could hear. "After all this time," Alaric whispered, reaching forward, "the culmination of my life's work." His fingertips brushed the cover, and the world exploded into light. In the elven capital of Silverhaven, Princess Elindra stood upon her balcony, silver eyes fixed upon the distant horizon where unnatural storm clouds gathered. The sacred trees of the eternal grove, whose leaves had remained emerald for 10,000 years, had begun to wither at their edges, a portent the elven seers could not interpret, or perhaps feared to voice. "Your Highness." The voice of Captain Lyrian drew her attention. "The council awaits." Elindra nodded, her platinum hair cascading like liquid moonlight as she turned. "Have our messengers returned from Ironforge?" "No, Your Highness. We've had no word from the Dwarven Kingdom in 3 days." A frown creased Elindra's ageless features. The dwarves were many things: stubborn, proud, often infuriatingly literal, but never discourteous in matters of diplomacy. Something was amiss. The council chamber hummed with tense voices as Elindra entered, conversations falling silent at her arrival. The elven elders, some old enough to remember the Great Schism itself, looked uncharacteristically troubled. "The outpost at Crystal Falls has been destroyed," announced Lord Thalis, Master of Whispers. "No survivors." Gasps rippled through the chamber. "By whom?" Elindra demanded. "Surely not the dwarves. We have maintained peace for 3 centuries." "Not the dwarves," Thalis confirmed, his ancient face grave. The survivors of nearby villages described a single human wielding power that bent reality itself. They spoke of a man whose eyes burned with azure fire, who called himself the Vessel of Aetherius. Ice formed in Elindra's veins. That name, a whisper from the darkest chapters of elven history. Impossible, she breathed. Aetherius was contained. The binding ritual was successful, interrupted a new voice, rough as stone grinding against stone. All eyes turned to the chamber entrance, where a stocky figure stood, barely reaching the height of an elven child, yet radiating a presence that filled the room. His beard, intricately braided with rune-inscribed golden beads, marked him as royalty among his kind. Prince Thorgar of Ironforge, Elindra acknowledged, surprise evident in her voice. Do you honor us with your presence? The dwarf prince strode forward, his ceremonial armor clanking with each determined step. I come not with honor, but with warning. 3 of our mining outposts have been obliterated. The survivors spoke of a human mage with impossible power. His dark eyes locked with Elindra's. I knew you immediately, princess. We met once, though you may not remember, at the Scholars' Conclave in Westermere. You debated that human scholar. What was his name? Realization dawned on Elindra's face. Alaric. Power coursed through Alaric's veins like liquid fire as he strode through the mountain pass, dividing the elven and dwarven territories. The knowledge of Aetherius flowed through his consciousness. No longer was he merely Alaric the scholar, the overlooked human who had spent his life seeking scraps of wisdom from the elder races. He was becoming something greater, something transcendent. They will understand soon enough, whispered the voice that had become his constant companion since touching the grimoire. You will bring enlightenment to this world, trapped in ignorance and division. Behind him followed disciples gathered from villages and towns, humans mesmerized by the displays of power he had shown them. Proof that humanity need not remain subservient to elves and dwarves and their hoarded secrets. Master, called one of his followers, riders approach from the east. Alaric turned his gaze, enhanced now by perception beyond mortal limits, and smiled. The princess comes, and with her, the prince. How fitting. They seek to stop what they cannot understand, the voice of Aetherius counseled. Their ancestors feared true knowledge. They will try to prevent your ascension, as they prevented mine. Then they shall witness true power, Alaric replied, raising his hands toward the heavens. The skies darkened as reality itself bent to his will, stone and earth rising to form a temple where moments before had been only wilderness. And let them come. The grimoire was never merely a book, Thorgar explained, as their unlikely alliance, a contingent of elven rangers and dwarven warriors, made haste toward the disturbances. According to our most ancient records, it was a prison. Elindra nodded grimly. Our histories tell a similar tale. Aetherius was the greatest archmage ever born, but his ambition exceeded even his vast wisdom. He sought to transcend mortality, to become a god, Thorgar continued, but the ritual required power drawn from both elven and dwarven royal bloodlines. The mountains loomed before them, unnaturally dark clouds swirling around their peaks. When our ancestors refused, he attempted to take by force what was not freely given, Elindra said. The resulting war nearly destroyed both our kingdoms, and in the end, Thorgar finished, they could not destroy him completely. His physical form was obliterated, but his consciousness, his very essence, was bound within the grimoire, which was hidden in Thalion, Elindra breathed, protected by wards crafted by the combined magic of elf and dwarf. Wards that would have remained intact, Thorgar growled, had Alaric not meddled with forces beyond his understanding. As they crested the ridge, both fell silent at the sight before them. Where once had been a verdant valley, now stood an impossible structure, a tower of obsidian and crystal that seemed to bend light around it, rising toward the roiling clouds above. "We're too late," Elindra whispered. "The transformation has begun." "Not yet," Thorgar countered, withdrawing a rune-inscribed hammer from his back, the royal artifact of the Dwarven kings. "The ritual cannot be completed without royal blood freely given." "That's why he's drawing us here." Elindra's hand moved to the silver circlet upon her brow, the crown of stars, most sacred relic of the elven royal line. "Then we give him something else instead." Within the heart of his newly risen temple, Alaric felt the approach of the royal heirs, the final components needed to complete what Aetherius had begun millennia ago. "Soon," he promised, his voice no longer entirely his own, "this world will know true enlightenment." The inner chamber of the temple thrummed with arcane energy, the grimoire floating above an altar of crystallized magic, its pages turning of their own accord, releasing tendrils of light and shadow that caressed the air like living things. They come bearing the artifacts. Aetherius's voice exulted within him. "With these, the ritual will be complete, and we shall become as one, a god walking among mortals." The massive doors to the chamber shuddered as magic and steel crashed against them from without. Alaric smiled. Let them expend their energy. Their arrival was preordained. When the doors finally burst open, Princess Elindra and Prince Thorgar stood framed in the archway, their royal artifacts gleaming within a light, their faces set in grim determination. "Alaric," Elindra called, her voice echoing in the cavernous space, "I know you remain within the vessel Aetherius has claimed. Fight his influence." Laughter bubbled from Alaric's throat, his, yet not his. "Influence? You misunderstand, Princess. This is no possession. This is evolution. Aetherius offers humanity what your kind denied us, the keys to our own godhood. Aetherius offers nothing but lies," Thorgar countered, stepping forward, his hammer humming with ancestral power. "He used the great schism to divide our people, hoping that in time the wards would weaken." "And they did," Alaric replied, gesturing grandly. "Now the circle completes. The artifacts you carry, bring them forward. Fulfill the prophecy written before your kingdoms even existed." Elindra and Thorgar exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. "You want our artifacts?" Elindra's voice rang clear as silver bells. "Then take them!" In perfect unison, they hurled their royal treasures not at Alaric, but at the floating grimoire itself. The crown of stars and the runic hammer collided with the ancient tome in a cataclysm of light and sound that shook the very foundations of the temple. "No!" screamed Alaric and Aetherius as one, lunging forward, too late. Where the grimoire had floated now burned a rift in reality itself, a maelstrom of raw magical energy as the two artifacts, designed to contain and bind, exerted their power upon the prison that had weakened but never fully broken. Alaric fell to his knees, feeling Aetherius's essence being torn from his body, pulled back toward its ancient prison. His mind, briefly one with that of the Archmage, glimpsed the full truth. How Aetherius had manipulated not just him, but the entire history of elves and dwarves, sowing discord that would eventually lead to this moment. "I am sorry," he gasped, his own voice returning as the presence of Aetherius diminished. "I didn't know. Didn't understand." Elindra and Thorgar braced themselves against the magical tempest, their hands linked in a gesture unseen between elf and dwarf for centuries. "The binding weakens," Thorgar shouted above the roar. "We cannot contain him without—" "I know what must be done," Alaric interrupted, struggling to his feet. His eyes, clearing of their azure fire, held resignation and purpose. "The binding requires a vessel freely given." Before either royal could react, Alaric threw himself into the magical vortex. His body illuminated from within as the essence of Aetherius, pulled from him moments before, rushed back, but this time contained, controlled, accepted with full knowledge and consent. The maelstrom collapsed in upon itself, and where chaos had reigned now stood Alaric, holding the reconstituted grimoire in hands that trembled with effort. "It is done," he said, his voice layered with echoes of something ancient, yet now firmly under his control. "He is bound anew within me by my choice." Elindra stepped forward, silver eyes wide with wonder and sorrow. "You cannot contain such power indefinitely." "No mortal can." "No," Alaric agreed with a sad smile. "But I can carry it far from here, to a place where it can do no harm. Perhaps in time, I may even learn to use this knowledge as it was originally intended, not for godhood, but for understanding." Thorgar retrieved his hammer, its runes now pulsing in harmony with the crown that Elindra cradled. "The great schism," he mused, "begun by Aetherius's manipulations. Perhaps its end begins here as well." The three stood in silence as the unnatural temple began to dissolve around them, returning to natural stone and earth. The storm clouds above dispersed, revealing stars that shone upon elf, dwarf, and human alike. In that moment, beneath the eternal stars that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, a new chapter in the ancient relationship between the three races began to write itself, one no longer shadowed by the machinations of a would-be god, but illuminated by the choice of a scholar who had sought knowledge and found wisdom instead.